Alright, we are live again. I briefly started the session before this, but it's probably been a few minutes too long for that to continue. So, from the top, howdy gang. It has been 2 weeks, because I got really sick the last week. The timing was impeccable, because it happened right when my weekend started, but I spent the entire weekend just in bed, sleeping a lot. I was only awake for like 6-hour periods. It sucked. And I felt horrible because of how unproductive I was, but this is the following week, so it's been a minute. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I want that over Berserker, but it do be pretty cool. Right, so I fixed the game, or my computer rather. I figured out what was wrong. I said the temperatures were fine, and that was technically true. It was in like the high end of what was normal, which I thought was abnormal, but you go read the reports like, no, it's technically normal. Technically normal, so there's obviously nothing wrong. I was like, fuck you, nerds, you're bad words. And yeah, I went ahead and looked at my CPU anyways. Thought maybe the heatsink wasn't on, maybe there was something going on with the heatsink itself, maybe I could use more thermal paste, and I'm not sure what ultimately fixed it. But basically, while the temperatures were normal, we were in the middle of like a heat wave, so whatever state it was in before, which was working fine for most cases, when the world got 30 degrees hotter, so did the CPU, and that made it non-functional, and it would bottleneck itself to prevent damage to the hardware. Right, we're gonna go check on Matthew and Fritz. So, I don't know, maybe I need more thermal paste. I applied it better than before, like it's possible, but I doubt it. It's never been an issue in the past. It's possible that the heatsink wasn't on all the way, which I also doubt because I definitely messed up putting it back on after I fixed it and the computer wouldn't start.
Now we'll have another bout. I won't be robbed of my winnings by some lousy greenhorn. You're dead.
Is that Black Timmy? Black Peter? Holy shit, you poisoned me. What a cunt.
Take that. That's gonna cost you your life.
I thought that clothesline looked silly, but it was probably actually a trap set by him. It was meant to unhorse me, but my horsemanship's too high. Ah! Oh my god, what a bastard. What was I saying? Right. So, like, rivet pins. It's like an arrow, kinda. It goes like this, and there's like a thing. You probably can't even see the fingers. Whatever, there's like a thing in the center, it pushes in, and then they pop out, and that locks them in place, and they're not really meant to be reused. But they put them on the heatsink, like the default Intel heatsink that came with the CPU, and that's the one that I had. Aftermarket heatsinks usually don't have them because they're meant to be reused, and anyways, Basically, I broke one of the pins trying to put it back in. Like, you're supposed to bend them back into being straight for it to work again, and, like, it's just kind of hard to do. And I think they were broken the first time I put them on, but I definitely broke it the rest of the way this time. So that's why it wouldn't have been on all the way, but I don't know, it's on now. It's possible it can get shaken loose again because it's technically not going to be held on properly. But whatever. If an issue happens again, I'll just buy a different heatsink. Now I know for certain that that's a potential issue. That's why I wanted to put away the stinger. I did that before the camera started. And I'm gonna get that level up again, just a second of sprinting. So yeah, it was a weird situation. The nerds on Tom's Hardware failed me. Other forums too, but you know, Tom's Hardware is always the first thing to come up. You know, basically everyone's like, yeah, it's technically normal, like, but that's way too high for normal, you idiots. It shouldn't be like 70 degrees at idle. It's like it's not even being cooled. Even my brother told me it was normal. So, you know, I feel good not being an idiot for once. Yeah, I am smart when I put my mind to things, but like, I always start out being an idiot.
I won't be robbed of my winnings by some lousy greenhorn.
And people treat me as such, of course. Because once you're an adult, once you're good at something, you just gotta flex it because it's all you've got, I guess. I don't know. It seems that everybody thinks they're an expert in whatever they're doing. It just like, they feel the need to bully everyone about it. Especially my brother, because he's like a fucking loser. Hasn't done anything with his life quite yet. Neither have I, but I'm trying. Effort is being made, on my part at least. Anyways. Things are fixed.
Way off.
Yeah, I should probably just switch to my greatsword. The mace is cool and all, but I'm not trained in the mace. What else? Right, I briefly stopped the stream because my mic wasn't recording, and that was another weird situation, but here's me being an idiot, right? I finally replaced my freaking software that was out of date, and this is the new one you're looking at. This is Logitech G Hub. G for gaming! They have like 4 different softwares you can download to freaking tweak your camera settings now. It's stupid. But I went with this one because it offered the most control, I think, but like still less control than the old program, which really pisses me off. Anyways, you're looking at my best attempt to recreate the settings from before. I still think it's a little too dark, but hey, it's fine. However, this new program, like, tried to hijack my microphone, too, because you're supposed to be able to use it for recording stuff. So it hijacked it and, like, set the volume to half by default, and as settings extended into the stream. And that was meaning that my voice was falling below the noise gate, and it just kept cutting out constantly. So, yeah, it took me a few minutes to figure that out, but also, the mic just wasn't loading in the app either. It was, like, still downloading drivers for some bullshit. So I wasn't able to access it right away, but... I figured it out eventually, and I was just pissed, like... It's not a Logitech product, the microphone. So, like, why is it letting me do that? I can put voice filters on it now, though. Wow. I'm probably never going to use those. One of them was like a bass boost, though, and it made my dick sound huge. So, I don't know, I'd consider it.
Who's there? You think you can just walk off with my prize?
Think you just suck my ass? 'Cause you can, pussy. Oh, oh. This man's making fucking swords and sandals sounds.
All right.
Ah, fuck. Quit hitting the dog, you son of a bitch.
Here. Way off. Yeah. Yeah. Bunker.
Ah, stop. You're overwhelming me with the freaking me tactics. This guy's a son of a bitch. I can't believe I beat him in lag mode. Oh my god. Ah, shit. I just gleek all over my keyboard. Yuck. I didn't mean it. Fuck. Yeah, I know, I can just take a different road, and that's probably what I'm gonna do, because this guy keeps kicking my ass. But I wanna freaking give it a good couple tries. Give it a good couple tries before I give up. You know, it'd probably help a lot if I shot him. Like, you might be Black Peter with poison, but I have a fucking gun. Where's this son of a bitch? They don't see you, Black Pete.
What's that? Hey! Hey! Who's there?
Fuck you.
Who's there?
Your god is fake.
Just walk off with my prize? What's the matter? Ah!
Alright, I got 2 arrows in his punk ass. He's bleeding now. So, I just... God damn it, stop!
You call that?
Peter, you son of a fuck! Get the fuck out of the way, dog. Shit. That somehow went way worse than any of the other attempts. We're gonna give it one more. That wasn't fair. Alright, we put the sword away. And then we sprint for a few seconds. And then we buy Berserk. The entire manga. It's very good. Then we mount Pebble. We can get there slightly faster. Run over that man. We've got games to talk about, guys. We also have weeb shit to talk about. Okay. You'd think I'd have gotten a lot more progress on both those fronts while I was sick, but I was simply sleeping too much. It was really frustrating. Like, I couldn't even be productive in my unproductiveness.
What's that?
And normally being sick's lit, you just get like another fucking day off and like, I don't know, you have an upset tummy the whole time, but no.
Hand over that purse right now and you might get away in one piece. You wouldn't be the first. Gone weak at the knees, have you?
Jesus Christ. Ain't poisoned yet. Oh, Black Peter. Oh, Black Peter, come on. Oh my god, I can't even turn around to face him. Thank you, Caleb. This man is he's horrible. I don't know how I ever beat him in the tournament. I was lagging the whole time, but I somehow won, and now he wants my bussy. Yeah, my CPU was overheating apparently. I had to like, I fixed it. It was a weird issue because it was technically like okay temperature-wise. It wasn't melting. But I got that taken care of, and now the game runs fine. But like these last 2 or 3 streams, things have just been like kind of gross. It was like I was walking through soup, and I wasn't really sure what the issue was. No, I do not play Fortnite.
What's going on there? Who's... Hey! Hey! You piece of shit!
Black Peter.
Shit!
Right, so I was actually interested in Fortnite when it was announced, and then that game came out and it sucked. And then I just forgot about it. I came back as a Battle Royale, and I was already not into Battle Royales, because I wasn't a fan of PUBG. I just think that it's like way too much prep work to go get your ass shredded by some Korean who's like 5 times better than you at the game. It's just boring. The PS4 shut off, or like the game server shut off? The game. Damn. Like Fortnite went down for maintenance. That sucks. They normally tell you about that kind of thing, or they like prevent you from getting into new matches. Or maybe Epic doesn't, I don't know. I've got beef with the company. A crown? Does that mean that you're in the lead? Or I have no idea what arena mode is. Is it like a King of the Hill thing? You just get the crown and then you keep fighting till you to keep it on a timer or something? Hmm. Not a timer, so is it like a kill count? How do you win?
What's that?
Did Black Peter just nope out of existence?
Hey! Who... What's...
Shit.
What's that? Now we'll have another bout. I'll slaughter you.
Oh, so it's still Battle Royale. Like, you don't respawn.
Fuck it. Missed. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Alright, Black Peter. You get to live today. Matthew and Fritz can wait. We will take the back door and go to Uzhitz instead. We'll go investigate heretics. Oh, I'm playing with mods, by the way, so the game is supposed to be, like, harder than it already is.
How are you, Henry?
Later, dude. Alright, so what we got to talk about? I think the first thing on our list is Blue Fire. So it's like a platformer, action adventure kind of thing. My elevator pitch is just calling it Hollow Knight 3D, or Hollow Knight 64 more specifically, with how kind of wonky the controls are and how the graphics look. Like, it feels like an N64 game, but, you know, Mario 64 is still one of the best platformers ever made, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. So we play an edgy guy with a mask and a cloak, and he has two big swords. And yeah, the combat is very Hollow Knight-y. You just have like one attack. It's very... You just do it. Am I Neuhoff or Uzhitz? Neuhoff. So what's this? Kill a camp leader. Oh, a bandit hunt. Yeah, I should do that while I'm still close. Oh, Jesus Christ be praised. What was I saying? Right, I wouldn't call it like a combat-focused game, but there are a couple boss fights, and the combat is... It integrates well with the platforming, kind of like how all the puzzle items in Darksiders, like, serve the combat purpose. It just, like, all parts of this game feed back into the platforming, or just the basic movement system, however you want to say it. And I think that's like a really good thing. It's a difficult thing to pull off design-wise, but you know, you'll unlock something like a spin attack for AoE damage, but that'll also serve as a triple jump for you. Metroidvania, by the way, you do get some powers. So, I think it took some getting used to, but I thought the platforming felt good overall. And I had a great time playing it, but if you go look at the reviews, some people are like, this is the worst controlling game I've ever played in my life. So yeah, I don't know, I guess you'd say it's hit or miss, or maybe that takes some getting used to is a lot more severe for other people. But it doesn't feel immediately satisfying, let's say. Something I thought immediately fell off was how there's like a soft lock on for attacking things.
Get over here!
Um,
Over here!
So, like, you start near a jar, and, you know, you just hit all the buttons to figure out the controls, like, as you do. And you will, like, do a 360 and turn to hit the jar that's right behind you because of the soft lock, even though you're facing the other direction, and it feels off. And that's just how it works. So when there's an enemy or a jar or something near a ledge or whatever, you will go flying towards it, even though it's very clearly what you're not trying to swing at. And if you're fighting two enemies next to each other, it's kind of hard to pick the target. There is a lock-on that you can toggle, but it's, And these guys are armored. I should use the sword.
I'll slaughter you. Fucker.
Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Just use my sword. As I was saying... Yeah, you feel like a magnet towards the enemies, basically, which feels awful when you're doing on-ground combat, but one of the only damage-modifying charms you can pick up, they're called souls, but, you know, they're the Hollow Knight charms. One of the only ones that you pick up, it like, makes you do more damage while you're airborne. So, basically, you will use it to do a sort of homing attack, like in Sonic, towards the enemy, and then you hit them, stay in the air, and you keep bouncing yourself with pogo attacks. And that feels good. Feels like platforming combat. And, you know, the lock-on, it makes a lot more sense when they do it like that. So, you know, basically once I got that thing, I just spent all of my fights attacking stuff while airborne, and the combat felt fine from then on. Now, technically there's a story, but it's not really a story game. I guess you're some kind of experiment thing. The Warrior of Light and Dark, some kind of fusion of the gross black goo entity that's taking over everything, and blue fire, which repels the dark stuff, I guess. I don't know. There are NPCs that talk, and they're not necessarily cryptic, but they also don't have anything valuable to say in terms of the overarching plot. So I would say it's not a story game, but, like, they're quirky characters, they're cute. You know, they all got cute designs, and they all got little hairdos and stuff to make them stand out, even though they're mostly like little silhouette men. Then... like, explore a world to get new powers. The whole thing is like one small-ish dungeon, but it's all connected. There are two very specific Zelda-style dungeons. You go through them, there's a boss at the end, you get a new power. But the game doesn't stick to that pattern. It eventually just turns into a full open dungeon thing like Darksiders 3, I guess. And that's like the second half of the game. It's not very long. So you do the two dungeons, and then you got your second half of the game where you just explore more biomes. And there are a couple bosses just hidden about the whole world from then on, and you gotta do... you basically have to 100% the game if you want to fight the final boss. That's just the goal, find all the hidden bosses, I guess, from there on. You already have most of your powers. There's still loot to get, though. You can get new weapons and stuff. Upgrade your heals. Get new costumes, that kind of thing. I don't know, pacing-wise, I thought it was weird. Like, it felt like I was getting into a groove. I was gonna do dungeons, and then it stopped doing the dungeons, and I thought it was kind of jarring. I was at least expecting a third one to appear, but it just never did. You get, like, half a dungeon, but it's technically another hub zone, so it doesn't feel like one. Still, I liked the game. I think it only took about 10 hours, maybe 8. It was fairly short. I almost beat it in one session because I was kind of addicted to it the first play of it, but I managed to break away, and, you know, I beat it in 2 sessions. And there was also a free expansion added at some point. Ooh. Which took me another day. The expansion's like all platforming challenges that are like...
What was that noise?
What's that? Hey!
Okay, so to get health upgrades, you find these voids. There's like... In Mario's Sunshine, you have those levels that are just like blocks and shit floating in space, and they got the jazz music. That's a void. Just like hard platforming. It doesn't necessarily care about being immersive or whatever.
Get over here!
Dude, this is not my day. I should have drank the Savior Schnapps. I should have used my bow. I don't... Like 5 enemies there, that's a lot. We're just gonna go to Uzhitz, alright? I'm trying to talk and I'm being distracted. I need to like fight some easy enemies before I go in on the armored boys. What was I saying? Right, the voids. The expansion was all those, and it kind of pushes the whole game's platform mechanics to their limits, adds new gimmicks. Point where you do like 4 different kinds of levels, and they like build on each other. You do like 4 tiers of them in difficulty, and then you fight a boss at the end. And that provides like an alternate end to the game after you've beaten it. You need to beat the game first to access the DLC, and nothing really tells you it's there other than there are credits for it. You kind of have to figure out where you're supposed to go. It's just somewhat obvious. Like, I had a feeling when you get to the end of the tutorial zone, there's this big fancy door and it doesn't open, and you just run off into the sewers instead, and you never go back to that door. I thought it was going to be where the final boss was, but no. That's the door you have to go back to access the DLC. It's just randomly open after you've finished the game. So, you got the spin move, which gives you a triple jump. You get a double jump. You get like a Prince of Persia style wall run. You can do wall jumps. You have a dash that you can do in the air. You get the double jump, of course. I just think I already said that. There's like a run button you can unlock. And then you get the spirits, which are collectibles. You go find them in chests, or you get them reservoirs for side quests. And those modify these things further. Like, they can extend your dash, they can give you an additional dash on timer, they can give you an additional jump on a timer for a quad jump. They can make it so your spin move propels you even higher and even higher. There are a couple of modifiers for that. There's plenty of stuff like that that just, like, makes your platforming go pretty crazy to the point where you can, like, dash across the entire level without ever touching the ground. And it feels pretty nuts. And you try to do the challenges, and, you just kind of break them using those upgrade things, which makes the end game feel pretty good. But then, all that stuff is completely mandatory when you do the DLC ones, because, again, they push the platforming to its limits. To the point where things kind of start to break and they're a bit annoying. Like, there was one set where rotating platforms, right?
What was that noise?
You stand on them, they rotate. You would think that whenever you run on those, you might go into the wall run, or you'd at least be able to run off it and then fall, but no, you kind of just bounce off it and ragdoll. It feels really weird. It killed me an unfair amount of times. I was getting rather frustrated with those particular stages. There are also ones where the platforms tick on and off, and those ones, the timer is like way too short to the point where you have to like spam the jump button to try and get the jump off correctly by the time you land. I feel like that could have been made a little better if there was like a fast fall button, or like a ground pound or anything like that, but it's not there. That's a quality of life thing that could have been added. Even Smash Bros has a fucking fast fall in it. It's not primarily a platformer. And, you know, that's kind of what I meant by it felt like an N64 game. It was just, like, low quality of life stuff. Welcome back, Caleb. Sorry, I do game reviews to fill in the space while I'm moving sometimes, so, I'm talking about something called Blue Fire. What was I saying? Right, so all this stuff just works. It doesn't feel amazing. It could use a little work, but it works. And, like, it does feel really good when you get all the powers unlocked and you get all the upgrades for them to break the main game. But then when you're in those platforming challenges and all you can do is do the platforming and you need to have all the upgrades or you're not going to make it, the cracks start to show a bit. It feels a bit eh. And, like, the combat is also, like, way too simple. It feels more like the platforming is the focus. You fight bosses, and they're, like, bullet hell style things that use the platforming. So, like, those are good, I guess. The final one is a bit annoying. It just randomly didn't take damage from my attacks. Kind of pissed me off. In the second half of the game, you fight the same boss, like, 4 or 5 times, too. With the final boss being, like, a super version of them all. It felt like there was, like, budgetary constraints, though. I think the game had either a Kickstarter or an Epic grant. It was definitely on the Unreal store for a long time. Like, a year or whatever for exclusivity. So, like, they had money. I don't know. That's probably why I was able to break away and beat it in 2 sessions instead of 1, because I got into the second half of the game. I was like, alright, I just fought the same boss twice. I can maybe go to bed now. I'm in Uzhitz now, right? I am. I am. I don't think I have the quest tracked. Yeah, a year. The Epic Store, they have a program where if you're making a game in Unreal, you can make your game exclusive to their store for a year, and they'll give you a loan. Like a big chunk of money, depending on the size of your team, I guess. So most people just take it because they're like, hey, my game will go to the other platforms later. We'll have time to polish them. Let's get that free money. And, you know, I think that's a great program, but I also think the exclusivity on a platform where it's unnecessary is anti-consumer. And that's part of why I don't use the Epic Store, despite the fact that they give out free games every month. This is a fucking PC, alright? It's okay to have competing storefronts like Humble and GOG and Steam. Steam does anti-consumer stuff too. GOG has its fucking flash sales, which are stupid. As in, there'll be like 2 hours where a game's on sale, and if you happen to buy that game the hour before the sale starts, you now... you missed out on a deal, or you're gonna buy something that's a lot cheaper than what you just bought it for the day before, and I think that's stupid. Steam used to do that, but they stopped it. They stopped it because it was anti-consumer, but GOG still does. But I like GOG because they don't do DRM. Like, I can hand any of those games to my friends for free, like if I bought a disc or whatever. I don't know, every store has its own quirks, but I think that exclusivity is too much. That's a line I don't want crossed on PC. It's unnecessary. I never tracked that quest, did I? We are trying to... The Vicar Waldensians. Where would he be? The church, probably? No, he's in the tavern. Probably drinking with the priest. Thanks for the follow, bud. I'll see you later, hopefully.
And onions that will make you cry when you cut them, and cry for joy when you taste them.
The vicar. You're just sleeping in someone else's bed?
What do you want here, lad?
God save, Monsignor. My name's Henry, and I've been sent by Sir Hanush of Lipa.
Sir Hanush, And why is he sending you?
I'm to assist you in your search.
Oh, I see. How considerate of him. Well, you've come at the right time. I need someone who'll go unnoticed among the locals. I'm sure Sir Hanush told you what I'm doing here.
He said you're looking for heretics?
Exactly. I'm seeking out the sores that inflict the body of the church. The rash of heretics. Waldensians. Dangerous heretics, one and all.
Why do you think there are heretics here?
Heretics here?
We caught one in Gutenberg. He confessed to everything, including meeting up with others in Uzhitz a few times.
And that was all he told you?
By the end, all his strength had left him, so he couldn't even put together a list.
But that doesn't necessarily mean any of them are from Uzhitz. Maybe they just meet here.
That is indeed possible, but I want certainty, not conjecture.
Oh, that's fair. Waldensians.
Who are these Waldensians? I've never heard of them.
Oh,
Really?
Val.
Then you've either not been paying attention in church, or the parish priest in Ratai is too idle to read out the bishop's missive to the congregation. Both possibilities are equally disturbing, but I'll allow you the benefit of the doubt and assume it's the latter. But to answer your question, it's a heretical sect.
I gathered that much, but what form does the heresy take?
Look, boy, I don't have time right now to embark on theological disputation. Besides which, it's not something you need concern yourself with. Suffice it to say, they are heretics.
Very well, Monsignor.
We have suspects.
Everyone is a suspect. You can be sure of that. But I'll know more after I finish the interrogations.
How can I help you then?
Excellent. Let's get right to the point, Henry. I know where the heretics congregate.
And what's stopping you from going there, sir?
That is to say, I know in theory. The crux of the matter is this. We caught a heretic in Kutenberg who told us of the heretics in Uzhitz. Regrettably, by the time he got around to describing their meeting place, he was already raving and hardly coherent.
I see. So do you know where they meet up, or don't you?
Possibly. His account was confused, to say the least. I have a record somewhere here. Can you read, boy?
Course.
Naturally, Father. Otherwise, Sir Hanush wouldn't have sent me.
I see. It's a good thing at least the servants of the nobility are getting a suitable education. Some of their own offspring can hardly write their own names.
Pretty sure Sir Hanish can't read.
From what I can make out, his description of the route starts at the local tavern. Once you've found something out, come back and see me.
I'll do my best, Father.
I'll get working on it, sir.
God be with you, my son.
Okay, they were talking about Blue Fire. I was talking about how, like, the back half of the game is kind of eh. I don't know, I guess there's not, like, a ton more to say. Like, the progression was satisfying, the game was short enough. The platforming could use some polish, the combat could use some polish. It's all very simplistic, but it works. When the DLC started stretching things to their extreme, it started to fall apart just a little, but that's DLC. Still, like, it's not to shit on the game. I did enjoy my time with it. It was only, again, only like 10 hours long. And I did 100% it. I did all the side quests. I got all the costumes, got all the bonus abilities. I reached max level. I know there wasn't leveling up, but you could, like, grind out currency to buy upgrades for one of your meters, and you can buy some spirits and stuff, whatever. But I had fun. Again, I could just use some polish. I wish it was a little longer. I wish it had, like, more effort in that back half of the game, like another dungeon or two. I'd give it like a 7. I think I'd definitely recommend playing it for what it is. Just like, it could have been an 8. Could have been a 9 if those extra content that I wish was there, and it was also good. But, like, as a platformer, I think that it's interesting to have a sort of open world platformer. It's just, like, not level based, you know? Like, it has its niche. It was a fresh experience to me.
Greetings, good night. How may I serve you?
mostly fresh. I actually played this other shitty game called Gnomes vs. Fairies. I still have it installed, I think. It's kind of fun, but it's also kind of garbage, and you have to be in the mood to play it, but... It's another thing that has a very N64-y vibe. It actually feels relatively similar, but that one's level-based, and I don't know. It scratches a similar itch.
Is there anything suspicious going on in these parts?
Indeed, there is. I heard there's been quite a ruckus in Tomberg. It seems some gang of poachers has settled in the woods there. I couldn't tell you anything about it, though. You best talk to Nicholas, the Tomberg Master Hunter. And there's more. Around here, you should hear about what Vashek the groom has been up to at the stables. When the head groom told the lads here, they fell off their seats laughing. And that's not all. Just last night, Father Godwin was here, calling fire and brimstone down on old Gertrude, the herb woman. He's not one to make a fuss over some trifle either. Take care.
Huh. That's it.
God bless. Can I help you?
Yeah, can you help me find some freaking heretics, dude? They said the trail started at the tavern.
God grant you health. How may I help you? God be with you.
Said to start at the tavern, but are there like more tables nearby? It doesn't seem like there's anybody hanging out here to interrogate, right? Maybe I should come back at a later time. Maybe this... No, Oh, maybe I'll ask around the town. Who says we gotta go to the tavern? Godwin's cock... Oh, Godwin, Father Godwin. Maybe he knows something. People not showing up at church anymore? Looks like he has a quest for me at any rate.
Do you have any work that needs doing?
My dear lad, I have more worries than I can bear. Another pair of shoulders would ease my burden. I have to deal with a local witch.
A witch?
The herb woman, old Gertrude. That devious hag who will stoop to anything. Like all herbalists, for that matter.
Oh, don't tell me. The cows are giving blood instead of milk, and babies are being born with 2 heads and a tail.
This is no laughing matter. Gertrude isn't evil. She just has peculiar ideas about what's good for people. A little bird told me she incited some Uzhitz women to witchery.
Witchery? I'm a witcher.
And what's the problem?
As long as herb women stick to giving psychic to folk and bloated cows, assisting in childbirth, or burning incense in bedrooms to help with sleep, then nothing at all. But this is sacrilege, and it's unsafe. All sorts of molds and lichens and poisonous plants and other foul things go into those concoctions. I'd hate to see her poison some poor gullible lass.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to go and see her and find out what she's been up to. I know she lives in fear of the Holy Church, so tell her I sent you. That will make her talk and think twice about encouraging witchcraft. If you learn that she truly did involve folk in some foolishness, find out all you can and deal with it.
Consider it done.
Good. And never fear. I'm a man who always pays his debts. You'll find Gertrude, the old herb woman, in the woods. Good luck, then.
Well, we've got 2 investigations now. It's weird. Okay, well, wow. These 2 are related, so we should do these together, right? Go to that green A. Green A's and ham. While we wait for people to show up at the tavern. What's the time of day, anyways? It's only 9. People are still waking up. So we talked about Blue Fire. What else have we got? Yeah, I can't read that. Spoil the surprise. Greak. Memories of Azure. I wanna no. I don't know, I got it from a Humble bundle at some point. It was fun. This is another short one. Took about 5 hours. There's an achievement for being it in under 3. Feels very doable. I just took my time and explored. So, it's kind of like Trine, I guess, but it wasn't designed to be a multiplayer game. Like, there isn't any co-op in it, in fact. So, the design philosophy is a bit different in how you're controlling all the characters at once, or you're switching between the characters. And it creates something kind of unique feeling, but, like, it's hard to avoid comparisons to Trine. Whereas in Trine, when you level up, the characters become more self-sufficient, and you have to work together less. Like, the knight gets his gliding shield, and he can start solving puzzles on his own. The rogue is basically always OP. The wizard gets more shit. He gets a way to fight eventually. In this, though, each character is self-sufficient from the beginning, and you use them for some specific task, because they all have their own things. Like, the big soldier guy has a shield that you can block with, so he's good at bringing your front lines when you're fighting a boss. He also has a grapple hook, which is a grapple hook. Greak is faster. You can do like a dodge roll, dish out damage faster, I guess. He's your starring character, so there's nothing too special feeling about him. He just feels very basic. And the wizard girl, they're all siblings, by the way, but she has a ranged attack, of course, and she can also hover rather than double jump. Well, this looks like something. It's probably related to either the witch or the heretic quest. Oh, and the cat wants out. Hey. So the game's short, but it is a Metroidvania, so you do get some abilities, like there are little side quests you can do to unlock new combat moves, like an upward and downwards attack, and a charged attack. You can pick up artifacts to unlock charge attacks for the other characters. There's a single health upgrade you can find for each of them. You know, it has a very constrained scope, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It was a small team. And it works for what it is. Let's see, I guess there's some kind of plague of, like, mud monsters destroying the world. And you're from some city, you went looking for your sister who's an oracle. And that gets you stranded. You get mixed up with a group of survivors trying to evacuate the plague by building an airship. But they're also trying to, like, explore what's left of the land and preserve as much of their history as possible before taking off. And, you know, they save your life, get you back on your feet while you look for your sister and eventually your other brother. So you help them out during the whole thing, and then eventually your goals intertwine with their own with the recovering the whole history thing when you escape after reuniting with your family. And that's about the flow of the game. There are a couple boss fights, a couple dungeons. The platforming feels good. The animation is really fluid, but the art style is also really simple. Like, people barely have faces. They're just like heads with eyes. They're like little gray people. But that doesn't just subtract from its beauty. I'm just wondering, like, I'm not impressed. The animation's fluid, but it's not impressive because of how low detail and obviously easy to draw everything is.
God's blessings.
I've come from the priest. They're saying you incited some women to witchcraft.
Me? Witchcraft? That's nothing but idle chatter.
Speak up, you old hag! Threatening's always a good option, but maybe we can sweet talk her.
Don't you know that witches get burned alive?
There's no need.
You sound kind of threatening, man.
I'll tell you everything.
Whoa!
I've done a very foolish thing. It's preying on my mind so much I can't sleep a wink.
I keep burping.
I believe an old witch has pangs of conscience.
Laugh if you like, but it's not a word of a lie. You probably know I sell various magic lotions and potions alongside my herbs.
Lotions and potions?
Well, there's one I wish I hadn't sold. You see, Vera, Zlata, and Kuta from Uzhitz wanted a magic ointment from me.
Kuta with the stinky cooter.
But in the end, I let them talk me into it.
What ointment?
What kind of ointment was it?
One that will show you a world no one else can see. A place of wonder and terror. The flowers might start talking to you, or the earth could swallow you up.
A drug?
I don't know if it's the work of the devil or of God himself, but the ointment has that power. But it could poison any person who doesn't know how to use it right.
So all this talk of witches anointing themselves and then flying to their sabbaths on broomsticks.
The ointment could make a person see such things. But it was stupid of me letting those foolish women get their hands on it. They could poison themselves or fall off a cliff while they're lost in a dream.
Will you give me the ointment recipe?
It contains belladonna and the herb Paris, both quite poisonous plants. That ought to make you think twice about dabbling with it.
Ugh.
And why are you so worried about them all of a sudden? What changed your mind?
I'm losing sleep over it. Firstly, those women don't know what they're doing. And secondly, folk might see it as witchcraft. And do you know what they do to witches?
They burn them alive.
That's what I said.
They do. So don't be surprised I'm worried.
It didn't bother you before, though. What did they want the ointment for?
To get high, of course.
They lost a loved one recently, and it's grieving them. They wanted to talk with the dead.
Oh, well.
So why did you give them the ointment at all?
Because I'm soft-hearted. You see, one of those women, Vera, lost her whole family in Skalitz. And Zlata's husband was killed. And the youngest of them, Kuta, miscarried with the horror of it all. They said they wanted to use the ointment to speak with the dead and ask them to...
I understand how they feel.
Put in a good word.
But I reckon it'll get them nowhere but the ducking stool and the stake.
Judge not, lest ye be judged. I didn't want to give them the ointment, but they offered me a pile of groschen. So I thought how desperate they must
Woman's
be.
face looks like a fish.
I heard their plea.
Their plea or the clink of their coin? I've heard enough.
If you've heard enough, you must understand why I need your help. Find out from those women what they intend, and watch over them to keep them safe.
Very well. But only because the priest himself asked me to.
Thank you 1,000-fold. I'll go to the Reverend myself and explain. You take care of those women. Goodbye.
Okay. Gotta steal the drugs back, probably. Alright, we were talking about Greak. I'm still not entirely sure how to pronounce it. The game doesn't have any voice acting. It was straightforward enough. Platforming felt good for what it was. However, once you have to control multiple characters, things start to get a bit more complicated. Because, you know, you're controlling them all at once. And basically, you pick the one who you are at the moment, and you switch between them on the D-pad. And you can move them all separately, which, you know, obviously once you get to the zones where you're intended to have 2 or 3 characters rather than just the one, things get a bit more messy with the exploration. Not necessarily in a bad way, and it's cool to have, like, one person goes through this tunnel because they're not capable of a double jump, and you have to find a way to get to the other side with them, and then use the shield man to block a laser or something, let the other guy walk through. Finally, let the freaking person who crawled through that tunnel through. It's cool when that happens. But then, obviously, that's going to be a bit annoying when you need to move all 3 characters just, like, down a straight path, right? So, if someone's on screen, you can do, like, a little ping to make them start copying your movements, which can give someone a temporary double jump if they didn't already have it. But it's finicky. Like, they don't copy one-to-one, they get stuck on walls, and you guys get slightly separated, and suddenly the platforming just fails, somebody's gonna fall off the edge or whatever. It just doesn't work as well as it could. And they're also, like, not smart enough to not get stuck on walls and stuff. Looks like a bandit camp of some sort.
Istenem, vigyázzon!
They're humans.
Nem hiszem el! Emberek, vigyázat! Látom őt ott mi! Vigyázz! Itt az ellenség! Vigyázz! Látom az ellenséget! Jól van, állj le!
That guy had good shit. One of them ran off. That's a shame. Got ourselves some breakfast, though. Oh, hey. Yeah! Freaking Mike Myers his ass. So, what was I talking about? Greak, talking about the joint movement. Right, so that stuff sadly just didn't work as well as it could. I just found them, like, splitting apart too often. They, like, don't one-to-one mirror each other, which makes things a bit complicated at times. Luckily, the world isn't too big, so it's not like it's too much of a chore to, take control of someone else and go through the same hallway or whatever. Plus, it's like a platformer, so you're doing jumps and stuff. You're not just walking down a hallway. Otherwise, it wouldn't be too much of an issue anyways. But there's also just a button you can do to call someone over instead of just the mirroring. So if it is just a straight hall, you just hold the button, and that works well enough. It also helps you restack on top of each other, which makes the platforming easy when you're mirrored on each other, you know? Jeez, I don't know why I keep opening the map. I need to head towards the green. You know, I really love the inclusion of that button. It makes everything else work just a bit better. Like, sometimes you will open a gate with a crank, and then you have to have someone go through and grab a crank on the other side to keep the gate open so that the guy who cranked it can walk through. And that sounds like it would be an annoying, like, 3-4 step process, but no, you just open it, switch to your character, grab the crank, use the call button, there you go, plain and simple. You don't need to switch to the other character again or whatever. You know, that's good. That's quality of life. It works. However, the range on it's kind of shitty. Like, they have to be on screen still. You can't, like, get someone slightly out of frame and then call them over, which is just a slightly annoying. And the spacing on the combat feels a bit off. You have to be, like, really close to enemies to hit them. Thankfully, they're smart enough to not have contact damage in a game with melee combat, which an obscene amount of games do. It really pisses me off when they do. I think even Symphony of Night does, but... you know, they're better than that, and I appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Take care.
Well, I suppose that's all there is to say. Game's simple for what it was. It made a different attempt at doing what Trine does, and like focusing on it being a single player experience rather than a co-op one. Which has its advantages and disadvantages, like having to do the same movements with 3 characters rather than just being one person who switches out on the fly with the Trine thing, like you do when you play Trine single player. But it worked for what it was. It was well, probably because it wasn't too long, but it really was that short, and I wish there was more to it. Similar to Blue Fire, I wish there was just like another dungeon or something, but it was fine. I don't even need to talk to Godwin. I don't know why I'm looking for the guy. So scatterbrained today. So, I don't know, we'll throw it another 7, I guess. Like, it worked. No, maybe a 6, because I didn't like it as much as Blue Fire, and we need to be fair. There was nothing necessarily bad about the game other than the length and the spacing of the things, but there also wasn't anything too remarkable about it other than it just looking kind of good. But, you know, the controls were just slightly annoying. And, like, the puzzles weren't anything crazy unique or whatever. The unique thing about the puzzle was that you had to control multiple characters, and that's just, like, it's not interesting. It's not a spectacle to do. It feels kind of chorish. But, you know, 6 is still above average. It's above a 5, so, like, still something I would recommend to someone. If you're like, you know, I really love Trine, and Trine 3 kind of sucked, and Trine 4 also sucked, and, I'm pretty sure that's the opinion of those games. I haven't played them yet. I've only played the first 2, I mean. Or if someone was just really gushing to me about how much they love Trine, I'd bring up Greak, and, like, you know, I would recommend it.
What do you want here? Hop it, or I'll... What the...
Somebody in here has a marker, I know it. You tell me where they are. No, it's in this house. The one behind it, okay. Please, let me make progress.
Hey!
Vera.
I heard something about a magic ointment that you got from the herb woman.
Aloe Vera.
Where? And what business is it of yours?
Hey, who's there?
The herb woman sent me.
Gertrude? What does she want? Haven't we paid her enough?
It's dangerous.
That's not the point. The ointment's dangerous, and the herb woman doesn't want you getting up to anything foolish.
Thanks for the concern. But we're grown women. We're old enough to make our own choices. And what we do in the woods at night is no one's business but ours.
Okay, well, I know exactly where to find them now.
Who's there?
What? Show yourself!
I'm not sneaking around, people. Jeez. No, there has to be someone in the shop, too.
God watch over you. God bless.
I've been to see the carpenter about when he could get round to it.
Well, after talking to you, I would...
Who's there? Aunt...
Zlata. Let me just load this character's face in real slow, like, when any mistakes. Ah, shit.
I've heard something about a magical ointment.
Really? I'd like to know where from. And what concern is it of yours, anyway?
The herb woman sent me.
Gertrude? What does she want? More money?
It's not about the money. She's concerned about your health. That ointment can be dangerous, and she wants me to make sure you don't do anything foolish.
She said that? But I can't believe it's all that serious. If she's really worried, tell her to come with us to the crossroads at night. But not a word to anyone else.
Okay, well, sounds like I can tell Gertrude to come help them. It's probably a safe option. See if there's anyone at the tavern now before we head back to her. Alright, third game, Octopath Traveler. I did mention it in the last session. I said I had gotten back into it, made a lot of progress. Basically I played about half the game, and then I took a long break, and then I went back into the other half just now. So I finished it.
Yeah, give me a minute.
There's another one that I would describe as basically unremarkable, like it's just a pretty bog standard JRPG thing. The main appeal being that they went with this cool new 3D pixel art. Where, you know, it looks like paper, I guess, like Paper Mario. It's pixel art on polygons, so it's all 3D in 3D space, and it has fancy lighting and particle effects. And it looks great for the most part. Occasionally you get to areas where like it's just too monotone, which I guess is an issue with the pixel art itself. Like one of the mountain cities, I think it's called like Stoneberg or some bullshit. It's just like cobblestone roads, cobblestone buildings, and they just blend together. It's all fucking gray. All gray bricks. Nobody at this tavern wants to talk to me. But, you know, occasionally I did find an, like... Z fighting issues. That's when things are overlapping and they flicker because they're picking which one gets to actually be on top. There were just a few areas where that was happening, like with roads specifically. I guess it's because they put the road tile on top of a ground tile and they just didn't delete the ground tile or whatever, but yeah, there were quite a handful of instances where there was that, and it's just frustrating to look at. Also, there were like a couple levels that had like crystals in them, and the crystals were really ugly looking because they were 3D and they like weren't pixel art. Which, considering how low the polygon count is, they could have absolutely made like the most gorgeous photorealistic crystals you've ever seen in your fucking life. And it still would have ran great, but they didn't do that. They left these really ugly looking low budget ass crystals. Well, enough about the graphics, let's talk about the game. So, Octopath Traveler, I guess you could say this thing was an experimental story. It was called Project Octopath originally, but they eventually dropped that for just Octopath, which also sounds like shit. It wasn't a real name. And they kept with the weird naming trend when they made fucking Triangle Strategy too, but whatever. There's 8 characters you can pick to start the game, right? And whoever you pick first is where you're going to start on the map, and that character is going to be locked into your party as your protagonist until you finish their story. Each character has 4 acts to their story, and they scale every time you beat an act. So if you want, you can just play one character at a time, and like things will scale. So their last act will be at level 20 or whatever if you stay alone. But if you played like picking up everyone's, doing all their act 1s and all their act 2s, they will scale more evenly, and it caps out at like level 45, which I'll talk about why I don't like that in a little bit. Gertrude?
God save.
No? Okay, well. I guess we should go to this meeting place at the crossroads. I picked, Cyrus, the Scholar, as my starting character. And I think that in terms of the overarching story, like, these are all self-contained things for all the characters, but there is a post-game true ending thing that ties together elements from all their stories. I think told from the lens of Cyrus, it, like, makes the most sense having him be your protagonist. However, the demo of the game had you play the dancer instead. Primrose is her name. And she has one of the better stories. With 8 stories, they're obviously going to be a bit of a mixed bag, but also, you know, there's only 4 acts to each of them, and each one's only like an hour long. So there's just not a lot of time to build anything too epic, or even have a lot of depth to the characters, and that kind of sucks. But again, they're like a mixed bag. So, Ophelia, the cleric, her story I really didn't care for. It felt very childish, like, you know, she goes on a pilgrimage, her father is sick, so she lets her, she's the adopted child, and she lets the true child stay with her father in her last moments while she goes and does the pilgrimage in her place. And that's like the whole thing. She goes to a town, she does the pilgrimage thing, and she's like, oh yes, the local children, I must talk to them. And then some bullshit happens to make her go into a dungeon. And at the end of it, I'm gonna spoil her story because it's really stupid, but her sister comes back and she's like, oh no, the father died, and I just can't stand him being dead. I want to resurrect him because necromancy is totally okay. I'm a woman of the cloth, mind you. And she gets tricked into joining like a Satanist cult to the dark god to resurrect them, and she's like, what? Human sacrifice? I didn't know I was gonna do that. And like the whole fucking moral of the story is that once people are dead, they should stay dead, and you shouldn't meddle in that stuff. And I'm like, really? Like, this feels like it's written for fucking 5-year-olds. And yeah, I was dying laughing with that one. But then, you know, there are more mature stories like The Dancers, which, you know, she's like a dancing prostitute at a whorehouse, and she kills her pimp when she finally gets a lead on the people who murdered her parents and got her stuck in the dancer life to begin with, and then she goes on a revenge quest. It just makes her feel hollow inside till she eventually finds her purpose. Well, another pointless one is Alphen, the Apothecaries. I like Alphen as a character, but his story is just like, alright, here's a sick person, I gotta go find a cure for them. Alright, here's another sick person, I gotta find a cure for them. And he deals with some moral dilemmas in terms of whether or not you should help someone, or if you should, like, be asking money for your services or whatever, but his story doesn't really do anything too special. He just happens to be related to someone who's important to the overarching story, right? Anyways, I said I picked Cyrus. So his whole thing is he's a teacher at the Royal Academy. He gets, like, accused of diddling his students. One of them is the princess of the realm. So he gets exiled. And in his exile, he chooses to investigate a forbidden book that was missing from the library. called From the Far Reaches of Hell. Nothing suspicious about that. You know, he goes investigates it, and obviously this book contains forbidden knowledge, so he ends up going through, like, labs and stuff, finding people trying to make Philosopher's Stones and summon demons and stuff. And it's pretty cool. I don't know, he's a bit of an aristocrat. He talks all fancy, but he just loves pursuing his mysteries. He's a bit of a Sherlock Holmes kind of character, and that's why I'm glad I picked him as my protagonist. But also, this book, it tells you about, like, the local folklore about what happened to this god of darkness, and how he was sealed away by the other gods, and how, like, the exact location of where he is, and how people can use that power to summon demons and shit, and that's, like, related to the other stories, of course. So once you find this book and he starts researching, like, how he can find this guy and stop it, or, like, use the information in it for good, as he says he would, like, it makes sense for him to get involved with the other travelers now and piece together the truth of this whole shebang. If you haven't figured it out, the post-game final true boss is the Dark God. You finally open the gate that you sealed behind and put him down. Though, speaking of that, the game kind of ends when you beat all the Traveler's stories. You have to go out of your way and do all the side quests, which are complicated, if you want to find your way to the true ending of the game. The quest log is really shitty. The world is split into 4 regions, and it just tells you that there's a quest in that region. It doesn't tell you which town in that region it is, and, like, it barely gives you any details about the quest either. And the quests themselves are kind of shitty too. Alright, I'm just gonna sit down and read a book because I'm trying to pass time. Alright, sometimes there's, like, steal an item from this random person and bring that correct item to this person. Or they're like, this person is looking for someone, now an NPC has spawned somewhere in the world, and you have to find whichever NPC is out of place and try to put together from their title that this is the person you're looking for. Or, occasionally, you'll go into one of the side dungeons and have to fight a boss. However, most of these side dungeons are empty, mind you. Like, you get to the end, there's a space where it's clearly supposed to be a boss, and there's just nothing there. There is no boss. Sometimes you have to go pick up the side quest for the boss to appear, but that's only for a couple of them. Most of them are empty, and it's really shitty. Talking, I don't want to read a book. A useful procedure from Poland were simply cut around the anus, and then after cutting open the abdominal cavity, they continue in the same manner as we do here, except they pull the extracted anus through the inside. You rip out the animal's asshole? Damn, bro. Right, so it's cool how most of the characters' stories all play into this bigger thing, but it was complicated to get to the thing. The big quest you have to follow specifically, you just have to, like, get it done when you can, or you're basically going to miss it. Because these guys just teleport all over the map for their following stages, and, like, you just might not go to this area again and miss them completely. Which is shitty.
Over here. I'd like to order.
Joseph.
Sod this. Hey, I'm dying of thirst here.
Got it for you right here.
Good day to you. What do you need?
Here, just as you ordered.
May the Lord watch over you. Ow! Hmm?
Oh.
Good harvest.
Huh?
Coming.
Dude, why does nobody want to talk? Lumir, is this guy related?
Take care now.
I'm honored that a knight as you take... Good luck to you.
Good day to you. What do you... Take care.
Right, so the actual game, again, it's very standard feeling JRPG. You just kind of Shimigami Tensei Persona mechanics. You just target weaknesses, but you switch between the weapons and elements. Each character has a base job, and eventually you can go to like a shrine to unlock a secondary job to give to each person. Which for like 80% of the game will just be the jobs that the other characters have. And you'll be able to switch them around to make wombo combos. With their character's base job being something you can't switch out, so each one does end up feeling distinct. But in the late game, there are 4 bonus jobs you can unlock to make things really OP, and you have to fight these really hard bosses to unlock them. So that was fun. But, you know, it's a sort of classless system. It just, like, comes down to what equipment everyone has, for the most part. So, a guy will take, like, half damage if you hit him with anything that they're not weak to, and they take bonus damage if you hit them what they're weak to. And once you break down their armor points, they will be stunned and take damage from everything. And that's when you dump shit on them. And it's still got like the boost combat system from Bravely Default, where you accumulate bonus points and you can do additional actions by spending them eventually. So you can do like 4 attacks in one turn if you spend the points, or you can triple the damage of a spell for the cost of 1 spell. And that's all pretty cool. It's a satisfying enough system, but it gets repetitive with how long the game is. It took me about 90 hours to finish. And, like, it makes it so you can't just one-hit a fight and call it a day. It'll take a long time before you're that obscenely strong, and you'll be fighting the fucking beginning of the game monsters, and it'll still take a couple turns, and it's just lame. Feels like a waste of time, and it's of course got the random encounters. You don't see them when they're coming. Which is, again, just an annoyance. I don't like it. I always prefer when you can see the enemies, then get like an attack on them preemptively or something. There is a pretty big variety of enemies, though. They're like per biome, and then when you get into the next tier for the next set of stories, you'll have like stronger variants of these monsters with more details on their character models. Are they done with the ritual? Did I miss something? Yeah, I did. Rats. Well, we don't lose any stats when we stand still, I don't think. Just hunger. Right, so the combat just got repetitive, and, I said that things capped out at level 45, like, story-wise, so, the bonus dungeons cap out at level 50, so, like, there's a little difficulty left, but basically after you've done 1 or 2 of these final stories, you're gonna be pretty OP. And you can only have 4 people in your party at once, so obviously you're going to switch out to the lower level people and try and get everyone up to the same level. That only lasts for so long before everybody is just too strong for what remainder of the content there is, and it gets really boring. Like, the whole last 20 hours of the game are a total fucking chore to me, man. I just wish that it kept scaling. There was no reason for it to lock. It's not like 45 is the max level, and 99 is the max level. So, it was lame. I didn't like that, and again, these stories, there's only 4 acts per character, and then each one's isolated. The characters don't interact with each other at all. There are bonus skits that appear sometimes, but they're like, they don't have much substance to them. So like, you got you got a bunch of stories that are again a mixed bag, so like the bad ones are really bad. And I don't know, just that coupled with the gameplay that got too repetitive, and it left kind of a bad taste in my mouth by the end. I did take that break in the middle, and that was probably just me getting tired of the game. I don't know why I took the break, but that would make sense. So I guess it's not something I recommend you just like go ham on. But I did in 2 bursts. And that's my final conclusion. I just feel kind of about the whole thing. Side questing's bad, but it's necessary to get the true ending. And then, a note on the true ending, the final dungeon, once you enter it, you are locked in there. There's a save point outside of it, but you can't leave the dungeon, and there's no save point inside the dungeon. So if the final boss kills you, which it probably will, because you need to make 2 teams. One of your main tasks, and the other of your characters who are probably under-leveled. Yeah, if he kills you, you're gonna have to redo the whole last dungeon, and it's a massive pain in the ass. And it's not even fucking hard, it's just a big time sink, like, once you have all the gear and shit, the enemies don't do any damage to you, really. It just takes forever to get through, because you can't one-hit them because of the weakness system. And it is beyond frustrating. I actually didn't kill the final boss, because I couldn't be fucked to try it a 3rd time. So ultimately, like, the game itself leaves a sour taste in your mouth with how bland it gets, but then, like, the final boss is just like an actual middle finger of game design. And I could not do that. Well, I don't know, man. I wanted to like the game. I really like the art style. I enjoy the Persona games, but like, I guess that the combat doesn't stand well on its own, which means I probably wouldn't enjoy Shin Megami Tensei. Because, like, you know, Persona's the sum of its whole. You've got the dungeon exploring, and then you've got the life sim stuff. And, like, if it was just the combat and there was no Persona fusion, Pokemon capturing, maybe it would be worse. And this is a game with no Pokemon capturing. And there technically is. The hunter class can capture monsters and use them, but that's a mechanic I didn't use too much. Dude, who am I supposed to talk to at the tavern?
Is there anything suspicious going?
Nothing out of...
Oh, god damn it, my stomach hurts.
Why did none of the villagers want to talk to me, man? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the game got bad reviews, but I don't think that, like, anybody really talked about it either. I've heard the term soulless come up a few times, and I guess... I don't know. I don't know that I would agree with that necessarily. Like, the game has heart. It's just... it doesn't have enough time for the characters. I wish they interacted with each other more. I wish that the story beats themselves were longer. I wish that the combat got less repetitive, that there was less of it, I guess.
Has something happened?
I don't know. I didn't enjoy it as much as other turn-based games, which I don't play too often, but like... I don't know, I'm guessing even if you do love the genre, this is probably one of the weaker entries you can go for. So... I don't know, it's probably like a 6. I didn't hate it, it wasn't enough. Or it was too much, one or the other. It was 90 hours long. And for it being bland to be my final complaint, it's like, it's telling that it probably shouldn't have been so long.
God save.
Dude, nobody is at the tavern.
Ask away, my...
It's because I need to read the document. Did I forget to read the document? This account was written down by Master Borislav, scribe of the Archbishop. I don't need to know all this shit. First, Peter did refuse to give testimony, and whereupon executioner instructed you can promises ours who stayed back in the day. Peter did long resist persuasions. Finally did respond to the query as the place symbol of other heretics known to him. They did meet in the township of Uzhitz, where the vicar asked prisoners to elaborate, said that they were in a house. They assembled. Peter fell into silence. Executioner was again obliged to exercise persuasive arts. He finally found his voice began to respond at lengthy query, where he met the other heretics. The vicar thereupon decreed testimony prisoner written down verbatim. Lord, forgive me for these heretical speeches. Did my Holy Mother Church sit down writing the Jesus Christ, dude? Finally, began Pugilism inquiry where people were drinking and fornicating, so I left that corrupt place at once. Then I saw another abomination in the Temple of the Bride Anarchist with the proud Babylonian tower. When I left the village, I came upon a crossroads and didn't know which way to go. So I fell on my knees and prayed, and the prayer was heard, for the finger of Christ rose from the ground to show me the right path. On I went through this sinful land, suddenly heard the sound of 1,000-headed crowd at work, and I saw their queen and their towers turning further unwell. One of these arose from the ground, and jaws of the behemoth and broken teeth jutted from the heavens like the tombstones of Moabites. So I went through the mouth of the beast, and by the road I saw a boat of... This man ran to a hellmouth? The apostles Peter and Andrew, so hungry for fruits and laborious bellies, found a house, 2 windows, weeping and kneeling, keep them safe to left in their shadow. I went further along the edge of the world and saw the ribs of the great Leviathan washed up on the sea. Then I saw 2 bridges over the river Jordan. The devil tempted me, tied to one. Jesus Christ, dude. Gateway to the garden of paradise, abundant with foliage. It was guarded by men of straw. They saw as good Christian left me therein. Talking about scarecrows across the river, something like that. Last words uttered by the heretic. For he did breathe his last. The vicar then stayed his death with stumbling work of Lucifer, silenced tongue. Servants took umbrage. Wages caught by Groshin, monarch's presence. The body of the heretic was burned. Alright, I don't need to read this.
I have a few more.
Ask away.
Well, I'm not from Uzhitz exactly, so I don't know how well they'll accept me.
That's good, because the last thing I need is one of these local good-for-nothings. I can't trust a single one of them. And they don't trust me either. But you're an ordinary lad with a likable face, if a bit simple-looking. You'll have a much better...
You flatter me, Monsignor. I'll get working on it, sir.
God be with you, my son.
I need to eat something. It sounded like he described the exact path he took in fancy words. Made it sound all biblical, but sounds like he went by a river or something, and then he was heading into the woods, so he's probably somewhere like up here, I guess. Just follow the River Jordan. And I guess I'm looking for a farm or something, because he said men of straw. And I should find a garden somewhere. Could also go to the tavern and talk to someone.
Look out! God be with you.
You got food for me, guy? Maybe something nourishing.
Can we do something about...
Aye.
What about this?
Well now. Aye.
Good. Alright, let's eat all that meat.
Oh, damn, I'm tired.
Since no one at the tavern wants to talk, we will see if my theory holds up. And we will ride along this river until we find a farm or something. And look for forests nearby.
Yeah.
Do I have a potion for caffeine or something? No. Shit.
Yeah.
Alright, here's a river. For Men of Straw, or there is a forest right here. Maybe I could skip the middleman. You discovered the Uzhitz forest.
Yeah.
Well, here is in fact a garden. Yeah, I wonder if it's related. That poor dead dog. Like a bedroll somewhere I can steal. This is a little annoying. Being on the nod like this. I mean, it's real. I've definitely been here. Still. There we go. Bet I can sneakily sleep in. That'll do for now, I suppose. Stuff like a pig.
Yeah.
We only have a little bit before the sun goes down, but then we can go chase after those girls again. Something going on over there. The river also splits here. It's possible it's on like this side, but we're just looking in these woods for now. You can go south.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Never. Try the other side. Straw men doesn't make more sense for it to be more towards the farms and stuff. Probably looking for like this over here maybe. The only thing that looks kinda dense. But checking on the activity giver.
Yeah.
Fisherman.
Good health to you.
Do you know anything about local brawlers?
Oh, I can punch people.
I like a good punch-up myself, so I'm keen on meeting like-minded fellows.
Then you're in luck, because I'm in charge of all the fights here. You want to join in right now, or have you any questions?
I want to fight.
Well, if you're as good as you are keen, it'll surely be interesting. But before the two of us start brawling, you have to beat the others.
Who are they? And where can I find them?
Lads from Uzhitz. Mash, Maple, and Ma. Joseph.
His name's probably Mash or Maple or something. They just gave him a different name. Alright, well, gotta fight all those guys.
Yeah.
Interesting sight. Was this a grave? These could be straw men. You could be talking about these little straw platoons.
It seems I found it.
Oh. Perfect. Followed the river, found the straw men, found a wood cross.
Someone in the village might recognize it.
Oh, chess. Maybe someone at the tavern will talk to me about this cross. I found you, heretic bastards. A cross? What's that represent? Satan? Couldn't possibly be the cross that Jesus was crucified on. That would be sacrilege.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Expecting 2, 3 of the fuckers. Oh my god. Ah. 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 Oh my god. Jesus, dude. How far back is that gonna put us? At least I know where to go, but... You know, it might be a good thing overall. If it, like, puts us back to the quest start, even. I just come right here. Not have to worry about starving or needing to sleep. Looks like it did. Okay, well, we'll just head right up there. I guess this right here. It'll save us time. Shit. Also, we have to talk about the amount of games, that's for sure. Probably could have did more time on Octopath, but like, again, it was just a bland experience by the end. I don't want to harp on it too much. It's not like it was bad, it was just Streams anime time, we'll stay on topic of something that's I watched the Bungo Stray Dogs movie, Dead Apple. I believe I've talked about the series before, and like, I don't hate it. Like, I would continue to watch it, it's alright, I enjoy it for what it is. But I also don't think it's like anything too creative, it's not like amazing. It's just okay. And that's more or less all that I can say about the movie as well. It's like, it's more of the show, but like, again, it doesn't have original ideas here. It's basically like the plot of Persona 4. There's like a fog that's killing people who have powers, gifted people they're called. It's making them, like, commit suicide, allegedly, which, of course, Dazai, being obsessed with suicide, is very interested in this fog.
Seems I found it.
So he just wanders off and does his own thing for the whole fucking movie. He's, of course, gets very tied into the whole thing, but, I think the movie's canon, by the way. It seems like important progress is made on the characters. Anyways, what actually happens in the fog is people lose their ability and they're forced to confront it, or it'll kill them, or something like that. You know, they fight their ability and the ability kills them. That's why they've been committing suicide. It's basically the same thing that happens in Persona 4, where you get the fog. You go into the fog world and then you meet your shadow and you have to fight. You have to accept your shadow or it'll kill you. Similar way, you have to, like, get past whatever trauma gave you your ability, I guess. Or you won't get it back. But the ability's also trying to kill you, so you also have to beat it first. Them's the rules. And, you know, obviously I played Persona 4 first, so it didn't feel very creative to me. Holy shit, dude. Stop! Oh my god. It's been a while since I watched the show, so I didn't even remember names really, but I don't know, we stick to the protagonist kid, the tiger boy, his new Japanese assassin girlfriend, whatever, from the last season, and Octogawa, the bad edgelord man. It sticks with them. The other characters are briefly present, but they don't really do anything. It shows that they're off dealing with their shadows, but you don't get to watch their fights or anything. They don't come to contribute to the final finale or whatever. It just forgets about them. This possibly could have been a whole arc of the show, like a filler arc where they fight their things if they wanted it to be, but they didn't, and I respect that. No joke, I respect that they didn't give me a fucking filler arc, even if I kinda did want to see the fights. Um... I don't know. It does the thing, they do exposition and then they do non-stop fights, the little exposition in between. Not much happens, but again, I do think it was canon. It's like, obviously the getting over the trauma thing. Hopefully the kid isn't just gonna keep being a little bitch about his fucking orphanage parents hating him or whatever the whole time anymore. And he's gonna be accepting of his power. He's not gonna hate himself. If they didn't, it was just a waste of a movie then. But that's like my least favorite part about the protagonist anyway, so like I'm glad that he allegedly has gotten over it. We'll have to see when the next season happens, but I can hope. And you know, I'm gonna do a bit of a coin flip review here. If it's canon and I don't have to deal with the protagonist being a little bitch anymore, then it was a good movie.
A cross, nicely carved.
And if it wasn't canon and he's just gonna be fucking annoying again in the next season, then it's a bad movie because it was pointless and it didn't really do anything. Otherwise, you know, it's just it's a fucking shonen movie. You watch it for the fights happen. There is some cool animation. He fights a big monster. There are explosions. This one guy, like, picks up an entire fucking building and jams it down a dragon's throat. It's pretty sick. And you know, that's why I watched the show. It doesn't have, like, original ideas, but at the end of the day, a fight's a fight. And people got superpowers, and that makes them interesting.
Jesus Christ, be...
I'm looking for the owner of this cross. Do you happen to know whose it is?
No, I don't. But why not ask the priest? He bless...
Thanks. Do you know anything?
Why do you ask?
I like them. I want to find...
Well, God be with you.
Okay. So that's that. Again, it just depends on whether or not you have a taste for the show. I don't know why you'd watch the movie standalone. You know, I would say it's on par. If you enjoy it, then you'll enjoy it. Plain and simple. What's going on here? Oh, those are beehives. I thought those were like nuns. What else did I watch? Season 2 of Moriarty the Patriot. The dub was finally made. Which again, I point out the show takes place in London. It's like one that you probably should watch dubbed just to hear the fucking shitty fake British accents, but like, it is in fact more immersive to hear people from London speaking in English. Just saying. So, the first season follows Professor Moriarty from Sherlock Holmes. You watch him set up perfect crimes. He's doing this to, like, push his political agenda to try and reshape the country for the better. Hence the name The Patriot. And, like, halfway through, Sherlock Holmes got involved, and it followed him for a bit. And this season starts off following Sherlock again for, like, half of it. Or most of it, actually. Moriarty's still, like, setting stuff up behind the scenes, and occasionally he'll cut away and be like, ah, yes, exactly as I planned, Mr. Holmes. You're a puppet. Not that I have a problem with following Sherlock, but, like, the whole gimmick's that they were following Moriarty, so why not stick to that, but okay, whatever. Right, the priest. I'm going to the church. I don't know, they set up some mysteries, more characters are introduced. One of them happens to be James Bond, who ends up joining the Moriarty bad guy team. And without spoiling too much, the resolution of it ends with them getting caught, I guess, and they have to become, like, the Secret Service. Or risk going to jail or being executed or whatever, you know. So they become MI6, and that means that there is potential for a James Bond-based sequel. Which I would very much like to see happen.
God save you.
The village folk said you consecrate the crosses they keep at home.
Indeed I do. Why do you ask, Hal?
I was just wondering if you could remember who owns this one.
I could, but I might not want to tell you.
Why?
People said they saw you talking with a vicar. They're afraid that Sir Hanush sent you here to help him.
He did? And I need to get more water. My throat is dry AF. Oh boy.
Well, that is basically true.
He'll hydrate.
Christ, Hal, are you insane? To get involved with a man like that?
Sir Hanush sent me to find out what he wants, and to get him out of here if possible.
Well, then we share the same interest. But I'd still prefer it to end with nobody burned at the stake.
Yeah, me too, man.
You and me both.
That's good to hear. Where did you find the cross?
Let's do a deal. I'll tell you where I found it, and you tell me whose it is.
Very well. Tell me.
I found it in the woods. It looked like people met there. There were other things, candles, a cloth, and so on.
Damn it. That really does seem like...
That the vicar is right to be looking here? It surprised me, too. So whose is it?
The cross is definitely the Bowers, I remember that. But that just can't be. I can't believe it. If they really are heretics, though...
What do you want to do?
I don't know. But I'll do anything in my power to prevent a heretic witch hunt taking hold here.
I see. It wouldn't make Sir Hanush too happy either.
My thoughts exactly. But the question still remains what to do about it. The vicar won't give up till he's found what he wants. You know what, boy? Before we do anything else, we ought to make sure whether there really are heretics here.
What do you propose?
That's simple. Listen to how they say their prayers.
But how can I listen to their private prayers? I don't suppose they'll be praying that way in the church.
Certainly not. In the church they'd pray the usual way. But at home it's a different matter entirely. I know they meet at the farm in the evening with all the domestics. They'll surely be praying then.
All right, but how can I listen in?
I don't know. Crouch beneath the window? Climb up in the loft? That way you'll be sure to hear everything said in the main room.
Alright, alright.
Where did those Bower folk come from?
I don't really know. I've never spoken to them much, but they've not been here long, only 2 or 3 years.
And the cross? Did you consecrate that for the Bowers themselves?
No. It belonged to the family who lived on the farm before them. That was quite a sad story.
Right, I'll get on with it.
Good luck then.
Still only noon. I should go talk to the herb lady again then. Right, what were we talking about? I don't know, it was just more of the same. We stuck with Sherlock too much, in my opinion, though it's not necessarily a bad thing. I said there was room for a sequel. That does mean that the story is resolved in this season, which fine. And there's always room for more, but like it's fine, it's okay. It was cool how it worked out. They tried to redeem the protagonist, and I don't know, it does the annoying thing where like, no, I don't deserve to live, I'm not innocent. Yes, you are, though. But no, I'm not. I want to die. Please don't die, I love you, but I'm also a man, so I can't say that. But I'm a femboy, you can totally say it. You need to say it or I want to die. Damn it. They do that whole thing, I don't know, I just always hate seeing self-pity like that, but it happens. I need to track the quest again, don't I? We're going towards the blue A. That description was satire, of course. It's not necessarily the way things go down. There's definitely no romantic tension between the two characters.
God save.
I've come. Don't you know?
There's no need.
What kind?
What?
Will you give me the?
It contains belladonna and the herb Paris. Both.
So why?
They're.
And what? What did
each?
I've heard.
Thank you. Good luck, then.
Blue shields. So, yeah, it was just more of the same, really. Again, I feel that they like made a pretty big slip up by not sticking to Team Moriarty for most of it. Like, it kind of just tosses out the whole gimmick of what the show was supposed to be. But writing-wise, it wasn't bad at all. Like, it was still good. It's still very enjoyable to watch. I was into it. Just why you fuck up your whole premise like that? That's all there really is to say about it. Like, I enjoyed it just as much. Probably would have been even better if I had watched it back to back, but there was a pretty long delay between the two parts. So, it was a good show. Ah.
I've heard the herb. It's not
At dusk.
What's that?
Okay, so who is the Bowers? The Bower farm is this red one. Wait, what? What's this other red shield? B. Okay, okay. In the evening, that's when I slam me girls. Like Bianca. But now it's when I'll do my eavesdropping. That's called eavesdropping. I do it in the evening. Or actually, I should add the punching thing. Yeah, let's go to B. Blue B. I'll punch people to pass the time, and it'll be entertaining for you guys too. Cause you just seen me fucking make no progress this entire goddamn session. Well, little progress we made, like killing that fucking bandit camp, was undone. I ran some random ass humans. Maple.
I hope I can be of...
Are you one of the local pugilists? The fisherman told me you weren't averse to a bit of friendly violence.
I'm glad you showed up. It's been as dull as hell here. Joseph doesn't talk much and the fisherman is, well, slippery as a fish. God be with you.
5 groschen to get your fucking nose broken. It's teleporting us, Christ. Ugh.
Fucker.
Baka. You sussy Baka. Christ, that took us all the way outside town. We're gonna have to ride back in 3 times, just like before. So now we're heading towards A.
I'm honored that a knight such as you takes an interest in me.
The fisherman told me you'd be up for a brawl. Is it true?
Aye, if you've a mind to. Take care now.
Yeah.
Herregud! Now.
What was that noise? Good day to you. What do you need?
The fisherman sent me to you. Said you'd be up for a brawl.
Is that so? Well, we haven't had any new blood here for a while. But if you want an easier scrap, you should go to Maple or Joseph. I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but I'm damn good. Either way, you'll wager a few groschen, right? May the Lord watch.
Wager a few fists in your face.
Missed! Fuck it!
Beat Mash his face in. Right now the fisherman, we can fight him finally. Gained a level of warfare. These are all good things in here. So, what can we do? 20% greater chance of causing bleeding. Each blow as an interrupted chain will hurt your opponent more than the previous one. Well, that's pretty great. It's like a whole combat system improvement. What the hell? The more damage your sword, the greater chance of poisoning opponent. That's kind of cool, but why would I be fighting with a broken weapon unless it just happens to break down naturally? But, like, I repair my weapon enough for it to never be in bad condition like that, you know? Come a little stronger after drawing blood. Against all odds. Oh my god, holy shit. Any advantage to make group fights more fair. Oh, Christ. Be praised.
Jesus Christ be praised.
Let's fight.
All right. Good. You put on a pretty good show. Let's spice it up with a...
May the Lord...
Ow!
This guy's still in the field.
Jesus Christ!
Be praised!
Are you gonna... Ow! Quit it! Ah! Ah! Ow!
Ah. Oh, and my head is... It's broken, mate.
Way off! Yeah! God! Ah! Ah! Yo! Ah! Ah! Oh! Yeah! Yeah! Here! Fuck! Ah!
Socked him in the nose right. Yeah. Agile as a weasel, I am. Hammer hands. Inflict more damage. Blood loss is slowed. It's like overall. With that, I hope it affects everything. Alright, now to the Red Bee, where we will wait to hear the evening prayers of some poor saps who might be heretics. That's a shame. Right, we do have one more thing to talk about. Just today, I watched Sing a Bit of Harmony, which was finally the dub of this movie has been like held captive for a year, even though it aired in a theater in New York like a year ago. Like it's been in existence. It just I don't know why it took so long to be released on Crunchyroll, but it was like literally today. So I watched that. Good. It was good. It was a fun thing about an AI girl who wanted to make people happy with her singing. Sounds similar to the hit show Vivi. Yeah, conceptually, it takes a very different approach, though. It's like a quirky romantic comedy thing, I guess.
From here.
Basically, the girl is very obviously a robot. She does not act human at all, but they're running like a field test where they're just gonna drop her off at a public school and see if anybody notices something's wrong, which is very illegal. But they did it. And she's just immediately like, wow, here's the daughter of my creator. I should make her happy. Or that's seemingly what it is. There's more to it than that, which is like a big reveal towards the end, but she just goes and is all annoying and weird and makes chaos ensue for the few days. They pretty quickly figure out that she's a robot and they like start messing with her or trying to help the mission succeed. And quirky shenanigans happen until drama happens. I don't know. The final reveal was a cool thing. The movie is well paced. I wasn't bored at all. It went by quick for its like 2-hour-ish runtime. I don't know, it's hard to talk about this stuff without spoiling things. It was enjoyable though, right? Recommend. I waited a long time to watch it and I wasn't disappointed. Shit. How's the sun still out, aren't I? Now, I guess this circle's probably when the time it starts to actually shift. Give it another hour. When do you people pray? Did I miss it? What's the deal? No. Yeah, we're far past dusk. Sheesh, dude. Pull out a torch, get on our horse. We will rock you. Gonna go back up to that camp and sleep in that bed. That free bed.
I feel quite hungry.
Ah, boy, oh boy, oh boy. The hell? I swear to God, I'm heading like straight towards the marker, so why the hell am I running into a wall? And it's the edge of the map wall, I mean, like, that just means I'm running the wrong direction. What the fuck? Head west. Ah, that was a pain. No! Did I make it? We fucking made it! That was horrible, oh my god. Fuck!
Why are you waking me? Go away!
Damn it all. I don't have a bed to sleep in here, dude. I don't think there's a tavern, or not an inn. Of course there's a tavern, there's not an inn. Do I just have to wait until morning? I mean, I have a whole day to wait, so I guess why not, but still, this is frustrating. Alright, so I have this dried meat I can eat. And this smoked sausage, which is just barely in good health. Doesn't wine do nourishment? I'm about to... Yeah. I'm gonna go sleep so I don't have to worry about any alcohol side effects or whatever. Like 10 hours. Alright, let's try this bullshit with the Bowers again. See if I can't catch them for their evening prayer. Man, it's so nice being able to see where the hell you're going. Let me look up the exact time for this. Kingdom Come Bower Evening Prayer. Guides for gamers. Find the congregation. Or... God, why is the shit load so fucking slow? Okay. It looks like a cutscene is supposed to play. I wish this fucking wait button did something, man. See if IGN is a better guide. Before 2100. So that's now. Do they know I'm up here? Is that the issue? Let me make less noise, yeah. So we just wait now. Great. You love waiting. Read some news then, yeah? See a headline that's related to something. Apparently Sony wants to raise the price of games like by 30% to deal with inflation. Let's see. Microsoft and Nintendo have no plans of doing the same, so only Sony, right? And I saw a related story a couple days ago about they sell inflated game prices, like in other countries. Like, the PS5 game is $70 US, right? That makes sense. I mean, it's bullshit. It's not what we're used to. It's 60 if you want to buy a game that's on PS5 on PS4 instead. But, you know, they decide 5 is got better quality, needs to cost $70. Thank you, 2K, for sucking. However, they keep it like a flat 70 across all currencies. So for something like the British pound, yeah, they don't have euros anymore, I don't think, because they left the United Kingdom or whatever. It's just Britain on its own. So their pound, that is worth like, I don't know, it's worth significantly more than $1. Their money has a value, I guess. But, so 70. it still costs 70 of those, which amounts to something more like 80 some US dollars. And there's like a lawsuit going on saying that that's fucking like price gouging or whatever. And yeah. That's some shit, isn't it? I agree, the price should be adjusted to be the same across the board. It shouldn't just be a flat 70 regardless of your currency. That's the most fucking harebrained shit I've ever heard in my goddamn life. But then, also just raising the price to deal with inflation, you're not gonna make any friends doing that, and like, the launch of the PS5 has already been an absolute fucking disaster, so they really can't afford to make more enemies. I don't know, they're gonna need some help with their PR. The fuck is going on, Sony? Doesn't seem like anybody's home. What the hell? It's too late for nobody to be home. The hell, man? She's asleep. There's nobody in this building. The hell did I just waste all that time for? Like, what? Is anybody home? Can I reload to the freaking beginning of the day to see if this shit unbugs? What the hell? Game, why are you fucking me over in the menus now? No, I don't want to.
Are you quite well? Get the hell out of here. There's nothing here for you. What's with you?
Dude. Why does this shit gotta be so fucking annoying? Wait 18 goddamn hours. See if I fucking care. Starve to death, what does it matter?
Hey, who's that? Must have imagined.
Oh, God damn it, my stomach hurts.
There was a bed here at least. Shit. Hmm. Prayer is not happening. Is this a bug? We he say. Christ, I'm so sick of fucking ads. Okay, the wiki says that testimony was in fact directions, so I made a smart. Okay, well, that's awesome. We will just move on with our lives then. This here is a bed that we can sleep in. So we should do that. Maybe it won't let us because we're hungry. There we go. Betty bye, let us sleep. I probably could have still made it to the other quest if I wasn't so frustrated, but whatever, we're getting our sleep in now. Alright, we'll buy food and we'll sleep more, I don't care. So it said a cutscene's supposed to play, they just do a normal prayer, but the weird thing is that it's led by Mrs. Bauer, a woman, and you know, women are bad, right? They're like the root of all evil or some bullshit, and yeah, that's weird. It's... they're like some sect of Christianity, like, you know, Methodists or something. Maybe Catholic, whatever. There are tons of different sects. Doesn't really matter. And all that listening to them really does is tell them that, you know, I can tell them to flee. And that's it. As their prayer seems pretty normal, but it is a little different, and that does make them heretics. So I can choose to warn them out of the kindness of my heart.
Oh well, I wouldn't mind a bite to eat, actually.
Or I can just turn them in, and if I turn them in, Sir Hanish is actually impressed that they're heretics, and he gives me a little bonus, so that's the plan. I'm just gonna turn them in, because it's not even letting me listen to the fucking cutscene, so... just turn them in. They are heretics. Oh yeah, there's also a third option where you can, like, kill the vicar, but I would never do that. Nothing good could come of that.
Yeah.
Thief! Thief! Yow! Learn how to ride a horse, idiot! You won't get away with this!
Cool my fix! I'll squash you like the louse you are!
You miserable sod.
You showed him. Thank you, that thieving magpie. And just so you know, I'm no pig.
Thanks.
Oh yeah, 4 coins. That's how much I spent on dinner the other day. Okay, well, we need to buy more food. And we'll talk to the vicar. This is a rather unproductive session, but I intend to get that other quest done at least.
Take care now.
Close the deal, man. I don't even care. Alright, Vicar, I found Heretics. Vicarious, you said it stood for.
Good health to you.
I've been looking around for the place where the heretics meet.
And? Did you...
I think
yeah.
So, yes. It's just north of Uzhitz. A small glade, quite well hidden.
So, I was right all along. And what did you make of it? Was there anything interesting there?
Yes. This cross, some candles, an altar cloth, and so forth.
Fascinating. I don't suppose you know whose cross it might be?
Father Godwin confirmed that he consecrated this cross at the Bower farm.
Well, well. It's all beginning to fall into place. I've heard things about them from the locals. Anything else?
Maybe I could spy on them. See what they're up to.
Aha! And you do that for Mother Church?
Yes. It's clear now there are heretics on the loose, and we need to put a stop to it.
Well said. Now there's good, strong Christian resolve. I like you, my boy. I'd considered suggesting you take a look at the Bowers, but in your eagerness you've beaten me to it. You may well be wasted here on some local squire.
I'm not sure about that, sir.
Modesty is out of place here, albeit a Christian virtue. After all, our Lord takes into his service the very humblest. And I have some information for you that will greatly ease your task.
I'm listening, Monsignor.
The locals say their entire household gathers for supper. If you were to sneak up to the attic and listen to their prayer...
That's a good idea.
Very well, go ahead. And remember, if you hear something suspicious, report to me at once. I think your test...
Very well, I'll do...
See you later.
So he wants me to do the thing anyways. I'm kinda tight. I'm more than kind of tight, actually. I am locked. There is no getting up my ass right now. That's how tight it is. It is plugged. That's what I should have said.
Yeah.
Oh well, I guess we're gonna ride back there, and I'm gonna drink a fucking Savior Schnapps this time, so I don't have to keep getting fucking food. This shit's annoying. Henry can't sleep anymore right now. Gotta try to balance the energy loss and actually get some more sleep in when he can. Yeah, alright, this is pissing me off. I'm gonna restart the game. There has to be something bugging, like, there's no way I go back to it 3 days in a row and it just doesn't fucking trigger, dude. And also, there's that wait option that's just not doing anything. Right, we talked about all that stuff. Come on, dude! Watch that game! Okay, Henry, we're not taking any chances. Close off.
Back to the mill. Home!
Could've swore I got rid of the dog last time, but I guess I didn't. But, you know, maybe he was giving me away. Why is this fucking cutscene not happening? Alright, the game has a console. Can I skip this phase, maybe? Is the side quest Waldensians still bugged? Google search warned me that everyone who bothered writing about this quest had it fail, but mine it doesn't even fail. It seems to just not proceed at all. After Henry has moved up to the Bower Homestead, Zag says, I could listen to their prayers here. The option wait shows up, but pressing E, then once have the message has appeared, you can't skip time after that. It simply doesn't do anything. I actually sat it out, leaving the game run in the foreground. Nothing happens. The Bowers simply go to bed without a prayer. Which itself might make them considered a heretic. Is there a solution or a workaround? Even killing the vicar, which should be an unelegant way out. Didn't trigger a status update in the quest log. After I finished the main quest line, until again letter from I don't know, man. It just sounds like the quest is bugged for a lot of people, and I guess that means it's bugged for me as well. Though it's weird that I couldn't find any posts about the quest being bugged other than just that one. Hold on. Let me see if I can... Huh. Yeah, the in-game console doesn't have commands to skip quests, which is really strange. And the console isn't like a feature that just exists in video games. The developers have to put it in themselves so they can cheat through and speed test the game, you know? But here, all they have are like literally fucking cheat codes, like give yourself more money or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, at least we can get this quest. Who knows, maybe advancing this will help with the other one. Something's going on in here. Are they walking away? Did I wait too long? I may have waited too long. Speeding up time real quick. Yeah, I did. Fuck. Damn it. I wonder if anything would happen if I talk to the Bowers while they're awake now, though.
What are you up to here? Get out of here or I'll... What? Huh?
Hmm. Alright, wait a few hours and we'll go take that bed again because we need to sleep. And we'll go run off to the other people because their quest doesn't seem to be bugged. I just keep getting there too late. I'm trying. Alright, Blue A. I'm so unbelievably frustrated. There's not an option to just lie and tell them that there's no one here. I just don't want the quest to fail. It's gonna make me feel bad because, like, she gets something. I tried. It's not my fault the game fucking broke.
I'll be right back with that.
Huh?
Where is the vicar?
We're all here. We can set off.
Is it far?
Not at all. But we should put the ointment on now. It takes a while to start working.
Where exactly do you put it on?
Well, there. You know?
I feel shy.
So playing games with the devil is alright, but dabbing some ointment on your cunny is going too far?
Aye, well...
Vaginal ointment, bruv.
I'm not sure.
Don't worry. Plenty of women have tried it before us.
What if it does work? What if he does appear?
But that's what we want, isn't it? Let's go.
I cannot see anything, man. Not a gosh darn thing. There's the meeting place, finally.
We're here. We all know what to do, don't we?
I'm not altogether sure. Gertrude didn't want to say anything about that. So all we know is what we came up with ourselves. Damn. I feel all peculiar, though.
The ointment is the main thing, and we'll think up some chant or two.
Just let's get it over with, quick. I keep hearing weird noises.
When shall we three meet again? In thunder, lightning, or in rain? When the hurly-burly's done? When... Damn it!
The battle's lost and won. What's that nonsense you're bubbling?
I didn't make it up. It came out of me all by itself.
My vision's blacking out, and I feel the earth moving. Maybe this wasn't a good idea.
We're not doing it for our sake. Our intentions are pure. There's nothing to worry about.
Silence. Hush now. Do you hear that? As if someone was singing.
That'll be the tree roots. The earth speaks to us. Like Gertrude said. Why is it getting so dark?
It's singing very loud. Make them stop. At least for a while, please. My head hurts.
Don't be scared. Let it happen. Lucifer, star of the morning, we're here to ask you a boon.
What is it? Hail Mary, pray for us. I feel the devil is coming.
I'll go toward him. Show him the way to find us.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now at the hour of our death.
What are you praying to the Virgin Mary? You'll scare the devil away.
Stop praying and speaking of death. We are here to save lives since we've lost our own. Satan, appear and send pestilence on all the humans. I'm coming to meet you. Lord of darkness, we are here. Come unto us. Lord of darkness, we are here. Come unto us.
Am I Satan?
Lord of darkness.
I hear someone coming. Who's there? Is it you, Kuta?
I'm still over here.
What's going on here?
Welcome, Prince of Darkness. And make yourself at home.
What would you like us to do? We will fulfill your every wish if you fulfill ours.
Yeah. Am I about to get
What in God's name are you babbling about?
Why are
abused?
you testing us?
Testing you? Jesus Christ, what have you been smearing on yourselves?
A magic ointment from the herb woman? We are ready to pleasure you, Lord. In return, all we ask is that you rid us of the humans. And if you won't rid us of them, then help us get away from here. Give us riches, so we can start a new life.
Oh, I'll get rid of them humans. I'll get rid of every last one of them. In the name of Christ.
I'll give you anything you ask.
I knew it. Thank you, my lord.
In return, you'll have to... Shit. I feel very weird.
They rubbed their ointment on me.
Oh, that ointment. You smeared the ointment on me.
Fear not, my lord. Nothing will happen to you. It's all part of the ceremony.
Oh, shit. What the fuck? What did you do to me?
Damon.
Quite well after your long journey.
Huh? Long journey? What?
From the gates of hell to here. When will you take care of the humans? And why don't you have horns and hooves and a goat's tail, like the priest said?
Because that's just a satyr, and, you know, Christians are uncreative, and they took a lot of stuff from Greek mythology and just, like, said, that stuff's evil, those are demons. So, you know, satyrs and gorgons and, I don't know, even fucking angels and shit are just, like, Greek gods. They're based on, Eros. Cupid.
I got rid of my horns and hooves along the way, and I keep my tail in my breeches. I only get it out for special occasions.
I hope there'll be one soon enough.
How come you're a talking mare?
What mare? Does your sight deceive you? I'm Vera, and I turn many a young man's head in Uzhitz.
Nah.
I flew in on a tree branch. It took no time at all.
Flying on a branch? Will you teach us how to do that too? We are your maid servants now. We'll do anything you wish.
Actually, I wanted something else.
What's that, oh lord?
Will you serve me and do all I tell you to?
Oh yes, our Lord of Hellfire. We'll do whatever you want. Just rid us of those wretched humans. Which one will you take first?
Me! Take me!
No, me.
The pig, the chicken, or the horse.
And what about the other one? Why doesn't she speak up?
Kuta, you chicken! Speak up!
It's because she's a chicken. I guess that the horse is probably the most desirable of the animals, right? The pig's a pig. And this one could have other implications.
I want you, Mare. Vera.
I knew it. Come on. Come closer to me.
What's the deal? Oh, I gotta lockpick that puss. And I know where I'm an expert.
That was tough. Oh, but I'm all dizzy again.
What is wrong with you? Is something going to come of it or not?
I need to sleep.
Bugger sleep! What was that? What is it? Someone coming!
Is that a demon? Holy shit, it's a demon. I have weapons?
You're dead!
Fucking sword. I killed some fucking bandits, dog. Well, the girls disappeared, but at least the quest actually proceeded. I feel like I did something now, holy shit. I'm just like really upset about the Bower quest not going on. The cutscenes are always a joy, and yet I don't get to watch that one. Is he upstairs? Are there stairs? It's definitely in the building. Alright, keep it on that peg. Lame. Maybe he's sleeping up here because the vicar has his bed occupied.
Hey!
He is? What the hell?
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get the hell... How's it going?
God be with you.
Take your bed, bro. Whoa.
What do you want here? Go and play your game somewhere else.
Alright.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Godwin.
Are you deaf? Well then, do something! My God, over there!
Oh my god, I left. Holy mother of Christ.
There! Over there! Help! Over there!
I'm not doing nothing. I need a blasted bed, dude.
What's that?
Sakra, you've no business here. Never mind making yourself comfortable in someone's bed. Huh?
Mitch, shut up. I needed to sleep. Alright, where's Father Godwin?
God be with you.
Father, I wouldn't have
with a stick. I practice. Good luck to you.
Oh. Dude, why is nothing working today? What the fuck?
Look out.
May the Lord watch over you.
Hey.
Where's this stupid innkeeper? Does this place really not have a room?
I hope I can...
Have you got a bed for them?
Certainly. For how long?
Just the one night.
All right.
Here you go.
You'll like it here.
I feel quite hungry.
This can't be the bed. Oh, and there's two up here. It is. Alright, Goblin stepped out. Maybe he'll actually let me talk to him now.
May the Lord watch over you.
Hey.
Dude, what the fuck? Nothing's changed. I'm not going back to the Bowers because it's just... I am not expecting anything to happen. After completing this quest, I might check it out again. But this quest doesn't want to freaking progress now either. I can try waiting until the next day, but still, shit's so fucking lame. Why is nothing working today? I am unbelievably frustrated. Do I have more books I can read? Right, ripping guts out anuses.
Hey.
I feel quite hungry.
Yep. I know you do, Henry. There's gotta be, like, public food I can go steal from someone's house. Ugh. Right, now we're stuffed. So we just need to wait for fucking Godwin to wake up. There he is. See if he actually wants to talk to us today, because it's a different day.
My respects to you.
Oh my god, this quest broke too. I am pissed. I am very pissed. I might very well go and reload an older save or something and see if that helps, but like for now I just wanna punch something because nothing worked and we just went like 4.5 hours and got nothing done. I didn't earn any experience. I didn't fight anything. I didn't complete any quests, and fucking nothing happened. We wandered around and fucking dealt with bugs. I didn't have a good time today. I'm sorry. I might see if I can reload and change things, but oh, I am unbelievably frustrated right now. See you guys in a week, assuming I don't fall deathly ill again. Bye bye.